testing, testing. Sound check. Nothing here. Testing, testing.
Hello, testing. Testing, testing. Hello. Hello, testing.
All right. Yes. So, we're back. Trust and trustworthiness. This topic here. As the background to this, I just want to mention that this work in trust comes from a project which I like. My background in trust is from this project, designing inclusive and trustworthy digital public services for migrants in Finland. Trust and trust. It's what I've been mentioning all week, that there's digital services at the city of Espoo for migrants, or we want to have digital services. And in these projects we are investigating how trust is generated in that service structure. It's funded by the Strategic Research Council, and they want me to always mention that they are funding things. So I have fun managing, but it's a good project. It's an interesting, very interdisciplinary project. So, starting off again with questions. The obvious one, what is trust? Also the hard one. So,
Believing someone with secret.
sorry?
Believing someone.
Believing someone.
Yeah.
Okay.
They will keep the secret of ours.
Yeah, that's keeping secrets is part, yes, of trust. Believing. Okay.
I am confident that the other party will keep their end of the bargain.
Yes, well, I'm confident that the other end will keep their part of the bargain. So now the added thing here is kind of that there is a confidence. So it is a believe, confident, and that's a different, slight difference. And then you should bargain, like a contract type of thing. Mm-hmm. And then more thoughts on what is trust.
Lack of doubt.
Lack of doubt. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Or maybe sincere reliability on someone or something.
So that's a really good one now. So if I understood sincere reliability, yes. Reliability is yes, definitely one of the components. So yes. Any more thoughts? Go one step forward. what is trustworthiness? How is it different from trust?
Trustworthiness is a value that something can have, quality that something can have, trust is something that.
So yes, repeating to the microphone that the trustworthiness is a quality that something can have, so the property of something, and then the trust is
An action,
action.
kind of an action, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if I understand correctly, that the trust. So if there's a trust between, let's say, you and me, then you have the, well, if let's say I'm trusting you, that means that you have the quality of trustworthiness, and I have the action of trusting you.
Yes. You believe that I have the quality of
Yes,
trustworthiness?
I believe that's true, yes. It might not be true. Yes. Any other thoughts on trustworthiness? How that? So, but we already touched a bit on who are the stakeholders. So who we, well, of course, there's someone who trusts. That's what obvious.
The system, we are talking about the speech system. So that system or the person, the user, the content, and the framework in which it is built,
Yeah.
the purpose for which it is being developed. These are all the.
Yeah. So in a speech interface setting, yes. So there's the many components. There's the, like you said, service and service provider and
Yes.
the purpose for which it was built. But it already in the human setting, there seems to be necessarily that there's an object which you trust.
Yeah, not only that, the regulators, maybe the government,
Yeah.
there may be an international body which governs the standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So all of those are somehow joined in that trust. Does the same apply in the human relationships, that there's like a broad range of things?
Yes.
Say that's like a human, and so if I trust Jolly, I also trust his family.
No, that is true. But you trust Jolly as an individual, or if you have met him through IIT,
Mm-hmm.
then you will trust IIT.
Yeah, that could be, yeah.
Yes.
So the IIT gives more credibility to Jolly, and therefore I can trust him more. That I combine.
And if somebody is known to Jolly, and maybe his LinkedIn or something, you also like to trust, and that is how the social media
Yeah.
works.
Yes.
They see the linkages, and that's how they try to communicate some idea, some proposition.
Yeah. So the networks around a person can support the trustworthiness, and then you have said that also brings
Yeah,
my
so
trust.
they believe that if he send this information to one person, it will spread to all the some 100 different levels, and they may all behave in the same way. So that's the assumption people make.
Yeah. But that's assumption is, I think, is a good addition. That there's like the trust is somehow always related to assumptions. Mm-hmm. But this seems to be also like a feedback, or not spontaneously feeling that also Jolly then influences the trustworthiness of IIT or his actions. So we are connected. So IIT wants Jolly to be good so that IIT gets more trustworthiness. Everything seems to be connected. So the opposite, what is distrust?
Lack of reliability or something.
A lack of reliability, okay? So is it then, so you I think you said that trust is to be reliable. So that then lack of reliability would mean that it's the polar opposite of trust. Are they entirely opposite? So I can reveal that I've heard claims that they are not exactly opposite, but I never really understood why they are not really opposites. There seems to be something which they are not entirely opposite.
They are not entirely opposite.
Mm-hmm.
They are not entirely opposite.
And why?
I can trust her with things, but I can still think though she's not reliable to get things done. Like they can have different beliefs.
Yeah.
Like it's like I can trust my entire class to have my back, but I cannot probably rely on them to get a thing done.
Mm-hmm.
It's still possible like that. So the meanings are like, they cover different
Yeah.
zones.
A couple of different zones. That's my feeling right now is that also like there's a big gray zone in between. That the trust is at this end and distrust is at this end, and there's a big area in between where it's not really nice either. Microphone fell off. No, okay. So yes, big gray zone in between where basically we are indifferent, we don't have an opinion. That would be my feeling. But that perhaps distrust is also somehow, I feel that distrust is someone is actively working against you. For me that's somehow included in distrust.
Trust is easy to get, distrust is very so trust is difficult to gain, distrust is very easy to get.
Yes, that's true. That's a big difference. You can lose trust and very quickly. It is actually hard to rebuild trust. So there's an asymmetry. So what are the essential components or factors of trust? So this reliability was mentioned. I think that's at least one component. This is the only component. At least you seem to be of the opinion that there's also other things than reliability.
Confidence
Confidence?
in someone, like I'm suddenly yeah, confidence in someone. You consider somebody as a confidant.
Mm-hmm.
Love and affection are, I think, the most essential components of trust.
Not
Yes.
necessarily.
Yeah, so I think that they are not essential, but they can kind of be, if you have love and then probably you have trust.
I trust this chair to not break. I do not I don't need to have love and affection towards this chair.
That's true.
Familiarity with the person.
Familiarity, so if it's a person, yes. So familiarity could be a part. Of course, with the chair, probably you're also familiar with the chair. I start to no, this chair can tilt. it's actually reduces my trust a bit because I don't know how far I can go.
There are both subjective and objective factors, I feel.
Subjective and objective, yes.
Yes, many of the things what we have mentioned is subjective.
Yeah.
Like believing, relaying, I trust my parents, I trust my children,
Mm-hmm.
it's all subjective. Objective is if it delivers something, some quality,
Yeah.
some consistency, then we start, for example, we have a mobile phone or a speech enabled device and it delivers good voice. So we start trusting that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We trust this projector because it is giving good quality of presentation,
Yeah.
isn't it? So these are all objective.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we are able to measure them, and based on that, our trust in that keeps on getting re-emphasized.
Yeah. Does it need to have both, or does it always have objective and subjective, or?
No, some of the times they may be subjective as objective.
Mm-hmm.
As I said about, let's say I have my family, even if my wife argues with me or my daughter argues with me or doesn't obey what I say,
Yeah.
the trust doesn't diminish.
Yeah.
Okay. So deliverables may be there, deliverables may not be there, but still that trust will keep on increasing, it will exist.
Yeah.
Whereas, let's say, this mic is there, suppose if it doesn't work after some time, so we will just leave it and we take another mic.
Yeah. Yes, something.
When I'm talking, if a system is the object of consideration for essential components, so is it secure?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm using, is
Yeah.
it compromised? That is one consideration.
Yes, so that's one factor for a device or service. Whether it, so it needs all, like we talked yesterday, so a entirely secure system or even a very private system can sometimes still be distrusted. So some are paranoid.
The example I'm just carrying out in what you're saying. If the majority of the people, they think IIT is the best.
Mm-hmm.
So similarly, if majority of the people will trust something, then even I'll fall for the trust.
So it's like infectious. So if other people trust, then also I would start to trust. That's interesting. I haven't thought about that before.
Influential.
Influential, yes.
Trust, the way I view trust, right? Trust comes from consistent, transparent actions.
Consistent,
Built
transparent,
over
yeah.
time.
Built over time. Okay, now we have three concepts here. So consistent,
Transparent.
so it's all the time, like stationary, and the transparent, so we have knowledge about it,
Mhm.
and then over time,
Exactly.
there's time component in it. Perhaps it's consistent is probably also a bit related to time. That is.
Correct.
But at least so the transparency
Mhm.
was one component.
Correct.
Uh,
Everybody moves up in life, right?
Yeah.
And everybody makes mistakes.
yeah,
It is not about making mistake, it is about how you are bouncing back and how transparent you are to the other stakeholder determines the trust factor in you.
yeah. So you have to communicate your. Perhaps I'll jump back to Jolly's intentions.
Mhm.
So you have to communicate your intentions.
Correct.
So it's not so much the actions,
Correct.
but the intentions behind the actions,
Correct.
which are then components of trust.
Exactly. And like from an organization perspective, right, there are organization. See, it is not like trivial to measure. Trust is not trivial to measure.
That's true.
But there are organizations, elite organizations,
Mm-hmm.
who has built trust into that mechanism.
Yeah.
Like, say for example, someone did a research, and I read it in a paper as well as a video, right? Someone said the elite military organization, right? If performance comes in x-axis and trust comes in y-axis, right? You always want high performant, high trusty people, but they don't exist basically. Right? High performance and trust. It is not inversely proportional, but it's a very, very rare combination to find. But people selecting elite forces, they actually place trust over, even if they have okayish performance and high trust, they will place those kind of individuals on elite forces. So it has to be built over time, being transparent, and be sincere about what you're doing basically.
Sincerity is also a new concept now. But in addition, I thought that you mentioned the military high performance. Does that mean that high performance, of course, builds a power relationship?
Okay.
So that I think has an influence here. That
Okay.
if you are more powerful,
Okay.
then perhaps it's harder to trust.
Okay.
Because then also the consequences will be hard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The problem with very high performance, right? I'm telling practically, right?
Yeah.
The very high performance is you've already set a standard, right?
Yeah.
And the moment you don't live up to the standard, that's why performance is not a correct measure for a lot of key positions in the organization. You might perform, you might not perform. You cannot be that consistent.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're transparent about your actions, say for example, there might have been a low point in your life, and say be transparent about it, and you will start building that trust. And always trust, for all my relationship with my clients, right, trust has always been built over time basically.
Yeah.
And I stay away from clients who want to build things quickly. I generally stay away from those clients because that is not my velocity, or I won't fit there really well basically.
Yeah.
So, it takes time. It takes time.
Yeah.
It really takes time.
Yes. So I know many things at the same time. But so one thing with the power, so high performance, perhaps that is can be more variable. That's one thing, but that's not about trust, it's about performance. But you said that if you have high performance, then you set an expectation that you will still be high performance. So once you have both high performance and trust, it's easier to drop the trust.
That's a deadly combination.
Yeah.
That's very, 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 very rare to find. It's very rare to find.
So it's dangerous to have high performance and trust. For trust, it's better to be a bit lower performance, because then you can make more mistakes. Interesting.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, everyone makes mistakes.
That's the basic funda.
Yeah. There was also the time component now mentioned many times, that it's built over trust. So trust is built over time. I was wondering also, when we start a new relationship, is that then a entirely void of trust when you meet a new person, or how does it start and how does it then evolve? Clearly it builds, so once you get far enough from the start, it starts to build up. But how does the starting work?
It is the degree of expected concurrence.
Expected, so you mean then that the kind of, you have an average of different, say, people, and then you kind of, based on your experience with other people, you have an expectation of what the trust is. Yes. case, absolutely. Yes. Okay. Can we agree with that view?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, everything starts with a baseline.
Yeah.
And the baseline, let's say for example, take Joyce's example, right? Where you are associated. Once again, the time component comes in because you have put the time somewhere in the past to position yourself somewhere, and when you're positioned there, right, it gives the trust automatically, because once again, trust is a component of time basically. The amount of time you put in somewhere and reach somewhere, that gives you a baseline upon which you're going to operate on.
Yeah.
And then actions will determine like what is the trust that is going to have in that relationship over and over again basically. So that's how, I mean, it has to start with some baseline, right? And
Yeah.
you will baseline that parameters typically, right? I mean, the institute you are associated with, the company you are working for, like your friends whom you've known for a long time. So you place the baseline on, or you will make the baseline on something, but the baseline doesn't determine the longevity of the relationship.
Yeah.
Right? The baseline depends upon consistent, transparent, sincere actions basically.
Yeah. That's it. Transparent, sincere, consistent.
Consistent.
Yeah.
When I say consistent, it is not about, I mean, like showing up every day, every night. It is not about that, right? Consistent doesn't mean like show consistency with a reasonable amount of.
Yes. There's one more aspect that I'm thinking about is the goodness or badness of trust. How do you feel about goodness or it sounds to me like trust is related to that someone is good to you. Is that always the case?
Not necessarily, like my view is not necessarily right. I mean, like.
If you know that the person has the best interest of your
Exactly. Like.
So, say the microphone. So.
Like just because somebody is good to me, I need not trust that person.
Yeah.
But if I know that the person, I have reasons to believe that this person has my best interest, or the person to believe that this person has nothing really against me, either way. So then that goodness will be registered as goodness. Otherwise, there is a little skepticism, even if one can be a little skeptical about why this person is really, really good to me. So unless the goodness is validated by some reason, either to believe there is no reason why this person would want to harm me, or to believe that this person has a best interest of mine in mind, I need not take the goodness at its face value.
Okay. Yeah. I see some nodding in the room. I have I'm trying to kind of form a scenario where goodness is strange. Let's suppose I have an old bike which I've had it for a long time. It starts to be bad. I don't like it anymore. And I know that my neighbor is a criminal. So I put the bike in front of his house. Next day, I can trust that the next day the bike is gone. I trust him to do a criminal thing, which on the face of it could be, he doesn't know if I want it. It could, from his perspective, it could actually be a bad thing for me. But I trust him to do that. Would that be a fair use of the word trust? It's good for me, but he doesn't know it. There's some questions over there. You have a question? Someone has a question.
I know I didn't fully understand the situation.
So yes, so I have a mic which, for one reason or another, I don't like it anymore.
Okay.
It has bad color. I grew tired of it. I want to get rid of it, but I can't be bothered by taking care of it. So I put it in front of my neighbor's yard, and I know that he's a criminal, so that he will rob it. So I trust him to rob it. I trust him to take care of my problem, which is a crime, and he doesn't know that he's doing a good thing to me. He thinks that he's doing a bad thing to me.
Oh, so by goodness you meant, like when you not, okay, I kind of understood what you meant by goodness now.
Yeah,
You can say that is trust.
Yeah.
That is a trust.
Yeah.
You're trusting this person to take care of the situation.
Yeah.
Even if this person does not have full knowledge about your trust or your intention or like what exactly the consequences of his actions are on
Yeah.
you. You can say that's trust, and that trust. So it's like if I trust something, I expect it to bring good, it to do good to me.
Yeah. So that's actually I agree with that. I expect it to bring good to me. Yes.
Trust is a belief. All beliefs need not be trust.
So repeat that in your microphone.
Trust is a belief. Trust is a sort of a belief.
It's a
Okay.
one.
And
Upwards.
Hello.
Yeah.
Trust is a belief.
Yes.
Okay. Trust is always associated with some goodness and benefits.
Hmm?
Okay. All beliefs need not be trust.
Yeah.
Okay. We expect some people to be violent. That we don't call it as a trust.
Mm-hmm.
They can change, or we don't associate with such violent people. We know that certain type of people will be violent, they are having some bad behavior, they are cheaters or something like that. We know, we have learned it through someone or through our own experience. But that we don't call it as a trust in literature. Trust is only something where we have comfort level.
Comfort level, yes, that's true.
Something which is good, something beneficial.
Yeah.
So putting my bike in front of my neighbor's house, that I don't call it as that is a belief that if I put it in front of him, he may steal it. But I don't call it as a trust.
Okay. So you disagree with that, but that's not fine. Clear?
It's a kind of superficial trust.
Superficial trust. Okay, so it's a different type of trust. Yeah. And then that also I can buy that there can be different types of trust.
Because we use most of the time trust as a positive
Yeah.
view.
Yes. So most of the time we use trust as a positive. So it's a positive belief, and so at least the consequences. Our belief is that the positive consequences are positive for myself, or the group that I represent. Yes. Here. That's. I had some more questions. I forget them, so I go forward with this and then come back to that discussion. How's this last question, Gabriel? How is trust towards people different from that towards technology? Is there a difference?
I think what we were talking about earlier.
I think what he was talking about earlier, he used the term subjective and subjective trust.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use those terms, but the concepts, yes. Technology, there is something you trust is built upon the performance of it, or you need some reasons, in the sense like some solid reasons, like some proofs to trust. Trusting people can be, it's also a very cultural thing. Like whom do you trust, whom do you not trust. So like in a village in India, like you would like to not trust your teacher. Has to be, this person has to be saying whatever this person is saying for your good.
Yeah.
But probably elsewhere, you don't necessarily trust your teacher just because this person is your teacher. All things like that. It's also a very cultural thing. Like trust towards people, there are other components other than their performance, what they deliver. Like there is cultural aspects, there is also very emotional, like sometimes they're like the reasons why people stay in abusive relationships. Like there is constant proof that this person does not have your best interest, but you still choose to.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's entirely based on the performance or like the feedback, like what the proof.
Yeah.
It can be.
But so the objective evidence might not be kind of still enough.
Yes, it might not be enough.
Yeah. So coming back to, I think that intentions are probably that. So the belief of intentions.
Yeah, you look for the intentions and then you sort of, it's a little bit of gray. Yeah, that's true. Intentions probably is the key over there. Because like, I can say, oh, he or she didn't mean to do it.
Yeah.
Intentions would have been like not that. I can still somehow convince me that, if you have the best intentions, that's enough. The consequences, if it like goes a little bit here or there, I'm ready to, not take it seriously. And then if you can convince me that you have the best intentions, then I'm like, okay, I still have the trust in you. But like if my phone, like, it goes off, it goes off.
Yeah. So will it mean that we don't assign intentions to the phone in the same sense? So we don't assign intentions to the phone in the same way?
Yes, we don't, but again, yesterday we talked about how sometimes we do.
Yeah.
It looks like, sometimes like we can form like we can have an emotional bond towards objects also. So, but to put trust, we are not putting trust on the intentions of the object. We are trusting the performance of the object.
Yeah.
On people, we are trusting the intentions of the people.
Yeah, so sometimes it's then the intentions, and sometimes it's the objective performance.
People, yes.
Yeah. People. Right. Now I actually remember what I was trying to get into. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to give one example how you can trust towards how it differs towards people and technology. So suppose I'm riding my car and in some unknown city. I just wanted to go from X point to Y point. So I asked my GPS system saying that you have to guide me towards that. So if it guides me properly, then okay, fine. If it is not guiding me properly, then I cannot directly approach to the Google people saying that okay, you have done this to me. But if somebody is navigated me wrong way, then I can come back and say that you have done, you have given me wrong direction.
Yeah.
So directly I can approach you, but that is not happening towards the technology what we use.
Okay. Yes, so, and how does then that influence trust? So that the lack of feedback. Sorry?
Lack of accessibility.
Lack of accessibility. So how does that influence trust?
Because whatever the guidance is given by the app, using like many of, we trust that that person is belong to that city, and we trust that this navigating properly.
Yeah.
So we have used very long period of time, and we know that this is the one way we can approach towards people.
Okay. Yeah. So if I understand correctly, then that kind of when you have used it for a long time, that builds up the trust. But with the person, you haven't that long experience.
I believe that person is
Yeah.
belong to that.
Yeah.
So normally the trust will come automatically.
Yeah. That actually comes back to what we talked about, the starting of a trust relationship. There's some evidence that, well, it's some psychological evidence that people actually start with a quite high trust towards new people they meet. They want to believe that they are trustworthy. And quite, as a pattern, it drops quite rapidly after that. When they get evidence, it drops, and then it starts to grow afterwards. So there's psychological bias towards trusting people more than they are supposed to be trustworthy, more than the trustworthiness average. That self-corrects lower, and then you start to learn the person, and then again gain trust.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, every relationship goes through something called honeymoon period, right?
Yeah.
I mean, see, it is very easier to base the relationship on a trust, right? And even if something bad happens, you come away unscathed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very easy to have that right. Otherwise, you will get into positions where like you get paranoid a lot, right? I mean, saving yourself, like if you can base the relationship on trust, right? Even if something bad happens through the period, right? At least psychologically, you will come away unscathed without any bill on your part. The same will extend towards technology as well, right? See, the problem with technology, I mean, I want to draw a parallel as well, right? Intentions as well as technology, right? I mean, intentions also get revealed over time. See, I mean, not every intentions has to be taken at the face value, right? Because intentions in the short term might be beneficial, but in the long term might be self-interested also.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it also, once again, there is a time component to it. The problem with technology, at least for me, right, I mean, since I come from an engineering background, I say something called a recall bug, right? I mean, like, which I talked about earlier as well. Say, for example, if there are 100 items out there in technology, right? I mean, like 100 options. I mean, like, you are seeking technology for some options, right? I mean, if there are 100 options, if the technology exposes only 10 options to you, right? On a face value, those 10 options might be good. But you never know what 90 are out there, basically.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, take anything as an example. I mean, even conversational AI, right? You converse. I mean, very similar to people, right? You converse, right? If there are 100 different options that are available, and it exposes me or selectively exposes me based on my previous conversation or whatever bias that it introduces, right? I mean, you are not intentionally like guided towards an answer, but unintentionally guided towards an answer, and there is so many options out there which it did not expose. So that's my major concern with technology, right? I mean, you also pointed out a great example like yesterday, right? Sometimes, I mean, like the government wants to push some agenda like that will come in Netflix. I mean, it kind of gets annoying, but I mean, see, like, and also, right, we have put the too much trust in centralized environment, and we have been bred to like trust centralized environments, right? And when you place that trust on a centralized environment, I mean, once again, companies are legal persons basically, right? I mean, whatever it is, right? the legal persons will drive their agenda.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it is not too dissimilar to like what is a trust factor with people, but it is somewhat different because you never know like what card technology will play on you basically. But with people like you, I mean, since you have good experience dealing with people, right? You pretty much know what is the worst case that's going to be.
Yeah.
In technology, you cannot. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot visualize like what's the worst case that can be, right? So.
Yeah. So that actually highlights now a new aspect we haven't discussed here. It's the exposure. You said also that something exposes you to something, the danger. So I feel like that's an essential component. There has to be a danger. Otherwise, we don't need trust. So, or it's like it doesn't have a meaning unless it is a danger. So what does that mean?
Trustworthiness is the consistency in the trust.
Consistency
Consistency in the trust.
in the trust. No, I don't know what that means now.
See, we should expect the same performance,
Yeah.
so same deliverables, what we expect.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some expectations.
Yeah.
So those expectations should be consistently met
Yes.
as a function of time.
Yes.
Then that entity will become trustworthy.
Yes. But if the argument was that there has to be some danger involved, so how does that then play into so a bad outcome has to be possible. So if there's danger involved.
Pardon me?
So I just claim that danger has to be included somehow. So if the situation is in no way dangerous, then to my mind, trust is not a question. I mean, it's irrelevant if there is no danger involved. That's all. You're saying that we have an expectation that the outcome is positive.
Yeah,
But where is the danger then? In that?
no, there must be consistency in the output
Yeah, consistency, yes.
for a function of time.
Yeah, that's true. But how does the danger play a role in? So there could be a different outcome. That there could be, also we expect it, or we are confident that it has a good outcome. But the bad outcome is possible.
Yeah.
I think it's always trust is like you're trusting somebody with something always.
Yeah.
There is something very specific that is trusting a machine or a person. It could be like it could be a performance, it could be like mostly trusting something and somebody with another action, mostly always, so there's something at stake.
Yeah.
What is at stake here is what you expect.
Yeah.
So what you're trusting the person or the machine with.
Yes, so again, there's skin in the game. So this take something bad could happen, but based on experience, we are confident that our experience with that person, or somehow belief is that the outcome will still be positive.
I just put it
May
different.
not always be answered. No, I was just going to say, it not always be experience also. Like I said, like when you go to the hospital, you trust the doctor.
Yeah.
You have never met a doctor before. But
Yeah.
sometimes with the position that you occupy, the emotional relationship that you have with the person, it is something, a trust to deliver something.
Yes.
So if I'm using a device, I trust it over a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
A new update came, and maybe a bug or an adversarial attack has happened, but I
Yeah.
still use it thinking that I trust it. And this might cause some financial harm to me.
Yeah.
So the trust is there, but I don't know that it's
Yeah.
not trustworthy.
Yes. That's all. But that's actually a good point. There's always, so in addition to the danger component, there is also a lack of information which is included. So if we have complete knowledge of something, we know the outcome. So then there is no danger involved. So there has to be some sort of uncertainty, which translates a bit to lack of knowledge or other randomness in the system.
I think if you have complete knowledge, then also you don't need to trust.
Yes,
Then
exactly.
you know.
Then you know.
Yeah, the trust also needs a little bit of not knowing something. That's when you need to trust. Otherwise, you don't need to. So if the water falls on me, I don't need to trust the water. I know that it's gonna get me wet.
Yeah.
Like, so it's going to transmit. Like, I don't have to trust it. This is something that I know.
Yeah.
So if there is fire, like, I know it's going to burn me. But, you know, trust is like when there is like a little bit not sure, there is a chance
Yeah.
that it could go otherwise.
Exactly. So there's some sort of lack of knowledge. How about we're going to the extreme, to not knowing anything? If there's an alien suddenly appearing in the middle of the room, do we have trust?
That opened up an interesting way. I'm not sure, like I just want to ask this question to everyone, right? Is there a difference between trust and a leap of faith?
Leap of faith?
Is there a difference? I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I just want to
So faith is a different concept.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. At least I find it.
No, I just like had this, or I wanted to pose this question to everyone. Yeah.
But it is a different concept, at least for me. How is it different?
So the faith does not need any reason. It need not be rationally justified at all for you to have faith in something. You need absolutely no proof or reason to have faith. But to trust, you need a little bit of some proof. Like I have faith in you. Like you can just say that. Like, yeah, sure. But when you say I trust you, it has a different tone to it. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I do not know the answer to this, but I always thought personally, right, faith is on a higher pedestal and trust is on a lower pedestal. I'm not generalizing this concept. It is just
higher pedestal in terms of what? Like,
when I have faith, right, I don't have any intention to judge it.
because you can't. Because there is no rationality behind that.
Exactly.
Like, you need some reason.
Right. I'm just thinking, even I don't know the answer. I just, like this has come through. But let me think about it. Because the question just came to me. Let me think about it.
In faith, you have more skin in the game.
With faith, you have more skin in the game. It could be, yeah. So I think it's probably the consequence. So if the what I gather here is that faith is that you don't need any evidence that the outcome is positive, but you still choose to believe that it's positive. So of course, then the risk is larger. Yes. So just extrapolating here from that, if there's a partial knowledge in the trust case, faith is then the extreme where we don't have any knowledge at all, any objective evidence. Perhaps we have feelings, emotions that say that this is true. Yes, this is fun. Just fun discussion. Yes. Here, so I will also note that all this material now, so the funding for the project comes from the Strategic Research Council, and they have a program which funds many projects within trust. And we recently had a workshop where all these projects within the program talked about trust. So this is now from one other project, Repair, it's another project, and their outcomes about trust. But here is one definition of trust. The willingness of a party to be vulnerable to the actions of another party based on the expectations that the other will perform a particular action important to the trustor. So trustor is me, I'm trusting, I'm the trustor, irrespective of the ability to monitor or control that other party. I think that has quite many components, what we discussed already. So expectation was mentioned many times, that there's a kind of somehow statistical confidence that the outcome is positive. Control, so we don't have a control, so that's the kind of connected to the lack of information. We cannot know, and we have also been perhaps that the ability to monitor. We don't explicitly say now that we cannot see what is actually happening, or that is connected to control. So if we could see what is happening, then we could perhaps step in and change it. But then the vulnerability was something like I was trying to fish for. I didn't get really specific down, but there is a danger. So something could happen to us, which is not good. But we have the trust that the outcome is not going to happen. It also says that it's important to the truster. So if it's not important, perhaps you don't have trust. But it's perhaps part of the skin in the game. So there's a stake, small stake, then the trust is not so relevant. Without any stake, of course, there is no need for trust. The different definition, a bit newer one, situations where one has to make oneself vulnerable by relying on another person or object, regardless of the trust object's will or volition. So now there's quite a few new things here. So make oneself vulnerable. So I'm choosing to put myself in danger. I'm relying. So now we come back to origin. So there's a reliability issue here. So it's a person or object, regardless of the trust object. So I'm trusting on something, an object or a person, but regardless of that object's will or volition. So the other one does not have a say in whether I'm trusting it or not. So that comes back to the criminal. He doesn't know that I'm trusting him or her to steal my bike. So that's certainly an asymmetry here. We can trust on, let's say, IIT without IIT knowing that I'm trusting them. Does that give new thoughts? So there's a truster, so that's if I'm trusting, I'm a truster, and then there's trust and trustworthiness of the trustee. So here is basically the objective performance of the trustee. Yes. So that's the first level from the repair project. I think we have 3 different projects here, so you can see each of them, how they define. Well, this is still repair. But if we think about technology in particular, now a bit more discussion. Or how is the time? When is tea? 10:30, so still half an hour. So who places trust on technology? So say we have a speech interface. Who is trusting a speech interface? Users, someone says yes. Okay? So yes, users can trust or not trust. And quite obviously, if they don't trust, they probably won't use it. Or try to avoid using it. With WhatsApp, it's sometimes difficult to avoid using it because everyone else uses it. But at least we would like to be in a situation where we can trust. Okay, so that's one category of.
Yeah, then the developer. And,
developer, yes.
Yeah, so we have Amazon. We can talk to Amazon and order. So there is a speech interface in Amazon website.
Yeah.
So the developer has trust in that application. He feels that it can take the voice of the user and it can translate it meaningfully and it can service the request.
Yes.
So developer is also one of the truster.
Yes.
And the platform which has used that application feels that yes, it can scale up its operations by using that interface.
Yeah. So let's take one thing at a time. So developer, so the engineers and designers and whatever other people involved, they trust the speech interface that they kind of research it and test it to make sure that it works the way expected, and then they place trust on it once in action. Yes. So next entity who trusts the speech interface.
The people who have set up the standards.
People who set up standards. What kind of standards?
For speech communication.
For speech communication. Now, what people would that be? What organization? So you can use the microphones again so that remote people hear us.
The investors.
Okay, investors. Yes. So that's just, investors of what?
Investors who are investing in the technology or a product.
So the product or the
so it can be like somebody who's investing on my phone, making my phone.
Yeah.
Also, like need not be that particular technology itself. Like there are devices that uses that technology, or let's say in a hospital there is like a equipment that might be using this technology, and then the investors in the hospital also.
Okay. Yes. So then two different types of investors. So that, let's say Apple phone, then the investors of Apple trust the product they have. But also then if the hospital owns a device, the hospital, so the owner of the final device places trust on that service or device.
So taking this microphone as an example.
So which microphone? Yeah, this
one that you use.
This one, yeah.
The online participants trust that it works.
Oh yeah, that's true.
They are also stakeholders.
The stakeholders, yes. So that now this is like a multi-user scenario. There's I'm speaking, and there are listeners. In some sense, both are users, but there is a different types of users. Yes, that's true. So there are user categories.
Question, not answer.
Yeah. Good.
Is there a chain of trust scenario involved in technology?
Chain of trust?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
In the context of, say, like your SSLs, right? I mean, when you're using SSLs, the base SSLs are created by only 4 entities, right? And that get propagated to distributors, and whoever is selling to us is the third layer basically. Is there a scenario like that, like a chain of trust, right, in technology? Just want to is it one-on-one relationship, or is there a layering to it?
Yeah, there's nodding in the room, and I agree. So I think like in the investor case, the developers trust that the thing that they produced is trustworthy, and the employer trusts the engineers and the developers. Investors or the management trusts the engineers.
So there is a chain of
yes.
trust. Okay.
Yes. But yes, that's also an aspect that I haven't thought of. But is it? Yeah. So can there be a direct trust as well? So investors trusting the speech interface directly. I don't know if that makes sense. Yes. Is it? But so what is it that you are trusting? Is it that? So we just talk about speech interface. So is it the particular system? So just, or you said that there's an update. You might have a worst experience with after update. So it's a particular version of the system. Or is it the algorithm?
The
User?
No, I'm asking whose trust are you talking about?
Yeah, but so that's also that. We have to always specify who is trusting. Who is trusting which part? Or is it clear what they are trusting?
So the user, in case of an update, the user trusts the company to make sure the testing is done and it's secure, no bugs are introduced, nobody can attack it.
Yeah. So I would say that is at least one aspect. They trust the company to make good updates, but still you can have a distrust. At least when I get an update, I go to an update. Also, this morning, if we could have put an update on my computer, I wouldn't have done it because I'm scared that something happens for my presentation. So I don't trust the update, even if I trust the company. It's a high stakes situation. Everything could go bad if the presentation is now not there.
And nowadays, trust also depends on some kind of people in some one country distrust technology in another country and so on.
Yes, so you can trust also the countries who produce them.
Or the companies where the countries where the companies are based or whatever.
That's a good extension. I like that. So at least in the Western hemisphere, like Europe and US, we tend to, our governments tend to distrust China as a category. Also distrust perhaps Iran, the political atmosphere there. Whether that is right or wrong, I wouldn't make a judgment. Especially now here on YouTube. And so we can have different trusts on the, like, let's say again perhaps a chain of trust. That's because the company comes from this country, we might not trust it. Perhaps that also goes down to the engineers, that if one company has lots of engineers from a particular country, that has an influence on the company's reputation. Reaching the microphone is difficult.
Trust in algorithm, I think it's more specific to the data science team or the developer team. They trust that specific algorithm works. But as a user, I do not know which algorithm
Yes, so that's all true. Just repeating in the microphone again that the developers, engineers might trust the specific algorithm, although the users don't know what an algorithm is, so they have no trust to that. They see only the package. And you know something.
I want to say that as well, right? I mean, for user, it is always binary. I mean, the technology is always binary, right? I mean, it either works, it doesn't work, right? They generally don't care about what is the algorithm or what is the backend services, what is the complexity around it. I mean, book a cab, the cab should come.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, what algorithm you choose, what operations you carry out to make it happen, it doesn't matter for them basically.
Yeah.
So they particularly place a trust in technology to come up with, to solve the problem or a use case, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it works, and generally, right, I mean, see, there are two aspects to even trust, right? There are two aspects, I mean, from a technology point of view, right? One of the things is adoption. I mean, adoption and trust are totally different concepts altogether, right? I mean, if it doesn't solve my purpose, right? The company might release 4 or 5 different products where 3 can solve my purpose and 2 doesn't basically, right? It doesn't mean that I am not trusting the technology, right? I'm not trusting the product basically, or the product does not fit my adaptation basically, right? So generally, I mean, I've been using iPhone for the last 10, 11 years, right? I know a pattern, right? I mean, going back to what Rishit said, right? Whenever an update comes very, very close to a new iPhone launch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your iPhone will behave very poorly. I've experienced it. I mean, I have a notification with me for the last 1 year where I haven't updated my OS, and some of my apps are, critical apps I cannot use, but I still choose to not update because I know, the moment I update, right, I have to upgrade my phone basically.
Yeah.
So, see, certain aspects, I still like iPhone for its usability, and also, right, to some extent, I cannot switch back to Android after, although I trust Android, from a totally different angle altogether, but there comes familiarity as well. Familiarity is also another component of building trust, and you will lean on the side of forgiving if they are transparent when you have familiarity with them as well. So that is another layering of trust.
That's perhaps then kind of you get trust their intentions.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Familiarity and transparency.
Correct. I'm specifically talking about technology.
Yeah.
Familiarity doesn't come into picture like people.
Yeah. Familiarity.
You just said your familiarity is why you are not changing the phone.
I'm not sure about that. Really, I'm not sure about that.
But you had a new concept there as well, context. So the trust can be different in different contexts. So the same object of trust, so the trustee, so the same trustee can have different trust for different purposes. So I will trust that criminal neighbor for many things, but this one thing I trust.
Just one point.
Yeah.
On that. So we were discussing that I trust the product to work or not.
Yeah.
I don't go into the internal algorithm or internal components of that. But when I'm purchasing a device, an audio interface or a phone or something, I look at what features it has, whether it has Dolby Atmos, whether it has a particular chip or a processor that works.
Yeah.
What is the rating of that? So these things I do look at, a few of these things. Maybe not everything, but
So you look at properties.
yeah.
Yes.
algorithm could be part of it,
Yeah.
reliable algorithm.
Yes. But so looking at properties then basically means that you trust it to have all the things you would like it to have. So that it fulfills your needs. Mhm. Next level of question. When? When is trust happening? Is it that thing which is always there, or before, during an interaction, or after it? Microphone.
When there is a transparency.
When there is a
Transparency.
transparency. So, okay, yeah. So you need to have transparency.
System.
Yeah, system. Mm-hmm.
I think this is a very good example of like how trust and faith is different. You trust before and then you have faith afterwards. You know that there is nothing to be done, then you need to have the faith. But the trust, I think, is during and before mostly. Afterwards, trusting it. When there is, like he said, when there is no transparency, like whether you don't know if it's done or not.
Yeah.
In those circumstances, like if you have the full knowledge of, what would be an example of that? I can't think of anything right now, but I don't know. But sometimes you don't know if the action is done or not.
Mm-hmm.
Then, like the moment you know that it's done, you're done performing it. Now the result. Now there is no more. So then you stop trusting. Then it's faith.
Okay.
So it's during or before the trust.
Yeah. So I like that faith. That was also now a nice addition here. But on the previous slide, I think there was the definition that we have a lack of control of the outcome. So then during whatever it's doing, we have no information about it. That would seem to me as the reason why it's faith, because at that point we have zero information about the outcome.
I mean, I have an alternate, I mean, it's not an alternate opinion, but trust also evolves with time. See,
yes.
I mean, I'll tell you an example, right? See, transparency, yes, right? We built a system, I mean, like, I've been working with this client for like last 6 years now, right? We built a system, AI system, which does something online and manufactures offline.
Yeah.
Right? So like the specifications should match. I mean to some extent, like 97% or 96%, right? We unintentionally, we did only one metric. I mean, like there is a metric called intersection over union to like actually measure the performance of the overall system, right? But during one update of an algorithm, right, unintentionally, a particular batch of manufacturing had a visual difference when compared to the design. It was completely unintentional.
Yeah.
It went off the radar for like 6-7 months because the quality control was done for initial set of, but the moment after 7 months, the client came back comparing both. And she started distrusting the entire process.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It is not about transparency alone, right? See, you can be transparent when you know what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah.
Say for example, if you don't know, the intention is only to deliver things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you do not know. You actually did not know that the mistake. I mean, after 7 months, when a client picked up, right? she immediately had the distrust in the process, and we had to like build the trust from the scratch
Yes.
again. And we have built it to a point where, like, even when an update is going on, there are some bells and whistles in place, right? So trust is not only about transparency, right? Sometimes, like, even though you have intentions to be transparent, sometimes you cannot.
Yeah.
And that applies to like human situations as well. So that's
So that's back to that. There needs to be some danger
correct.
involved and
Correct.
lack of control. And in this case, there was lack of control from the client towards you, but also you had lack of control of the
Yes.
process.
Yes. Yes.
So now the train of trust, I think that failed.
Exactly. And then like we had to like rebuild from the scratch. It took like 1 year, 1.5 years to rebuild that relationship. But everything can be rebuilt. The one caveat I'm telling you is, like it is not only about transparency, because sometimes you do things which you don't intend to.
Yeah.
And it gets slipped away because it's an honest mistake, right?
Yeah.
When there are multiple stakeholders involved, right? Mistakes can happen, and a trusting relationship will have a little bit of tolerance on the mistakes, as well, basically.
Yes. But the tolerance for mistakes is part of the intention. If the intentions are good. Perhaps that now spontaneously comes to mind that perhaps then you also need to communicate to the client or the user interface that this is our intention and this is the variability we expect.
And this applies to the recent school of thought, right? Where the evolution is taking place, right? People like 15 years ago, right, had a binary version of software basically. When I say binary version, it either works, it doesn't work basically,
yeah.
right? And you can exactly point out why it did not work, and you will work towards fixing it.
Yeah.
With AI, right? The problem precisely happened because of an AI problem only. It was a deep learning pipeline, right? Something somewhere screwed up. I know exactly what I mean. It's too technical to discuss.
Yeah.
It is not explainable, right? And when you are building systems like that, right, you should always have error on the side of over communication. Nothing is like under communication. When you are building an AI system, and when there is a false positive rate that is involved, the matrix that are involved, right? You have to, the onus is on you to communicate that proactively and have bells and whistles in place to catch it basically.
Yeah.
Right? It is okay, right? Even to fail sometimes, right? Unless otherwise, you are the one who catch it.
Yeah.
And report back, right? See, we failed, before you notice we caught it, right? If you have that bells and whistles, you will usually get away.
Yeah.
But building that bells and whistles is also equally complicated, building the software. So yeah.
But now you brought in a new kind of level here.
Mm-hmm.
It was the binary versus non-binary trust. So there could be, according to this argument, there could be different levels of trust.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think that is a good thing to keep in mind. It's not either or, it's how much.
Exactly. And with the AI taking over, right, it is going to be layered only. It is not going to be binary anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's increasingly.
Increasingly.
So
Increasingly,
it's
yeah.
kind of a gray scale.
Exactly.
And then when designing things, then we should communicate that gray scale.
Exactly. And trust me, building the deep learning pipeline is easy. Right? Building the bells and whistles is the toughest part. When especially from a B2C context, you're building something from an AI to run things, right? Oh my God, building bells and whistles and catching it early. That itself is a project. If this costs you 1x, that is going to cost you 1.5 2x. So, yeah.
But getting back to the time axis, there was, I think we had someone, I think it was used that there's the trust before and during, but then once we lose control, then we are in the faith section, and then we get the product, get the outcome. But if let's say we have a different scenario, we have an investor like an advisor, investing advisor gives you advice on how to invest. And before and during the advice that, and then you get the advice. Perfect. Now we have this. How does then in that scenario the trust develop over time? We have invested some money in something, shares or a building. The price of that then goes up or down. It would seem that if the price goes down rapidly, I could lose trust, or my trust in that advisor could drop afterwards.
But it's still going on, it's not over.
Yeah, it's not over, yes.
Yeah, it's not over. Once it's over, then there is no more action. The action is over.
Yeah.
So then there is no trusting.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, it's still going on.
Yeah, but so the question is it then always obvious when it's over?
Sorry?
Is it always obvious when it's over?
No,
Yeah.
It's not.
Yes, especially with the speech interface. With speech interface, probably there's also the repeated thing that you might always use it again. There's also
No.
So there's also one other thing so we always talk about the during and the before, but I think there can be situations where I can, let's say I'm now in Darvac, I've never been here before, and I could go out for a walk, without really paying attention where I go, because I have my phone with me and I trust the GPS to guide me back home if I get lost. But then it turns out that I did find my way back home, so I never needed to use it. So there is no during. I had trusted it, even if I didn't end up using that service at all. So it can be entirely just before, even if it never becomes during. So yes, so this is time axis is also complicated. Oh yes, we also got to how much. That was all. So how much to trust? Next. There is trusting too much or too little. I think it seems that it's obvious that we shouldn't trust too much and shouldn't trust too little. If we trust too much, then the danger increases, and if we trust too little, then we don't get the benefits we could get out of that relationship. So the optimal trust would be the just right. For some reason, I've written here reflective, analytical, active trust. So I believe that. So we need to think, at least analytical seems obvious, that we should think about, analytically think about how much trust is appropriate. So have some internal reflection or discussion about what is optimal. And also that it's an active process. We need to review the trust to be optimal. And constantly, not constantly, but often. Depends on how much kind of it's at stake. Let's see. Okay, yes. Next slide is a different topic. So now we are at day 10:30. We have a tea break now. Yep. Yep. Yes. So the title I have. Yeah. Yeah. Probably a website. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Comment. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Tomorrow we will present short synopsis.
Yes.
In the future, if you
Yeah. It's my schedule. This early part of the is very full, but very good. Abstract.
Yeah, got it. And that is forward this.
Yeah.
Can we make a list of how many more labs? So that I don't want people to not get. Now, let's see, there is 3 employees who get take. That I think I would lay on for Jody. So we are basically saying.
Okay, so how many in-person participants are there?
There is
30.
30.
I think it's 30.
30, no. We had 35 bags. No, we have 30 bags. We had exactly 30 bags.
So everybody should get apart from
Yes.
customer service.
Whoever has registered should get. The attendance was 30 amount.
Attendance is
because yesterday there facility that when we went to lunch, like a ma'am asked me, and then
That was ma'am and that shirt.
Oh, sure. She asked, and then I think she registered also. I know names for her. Oh, so I think Suraj said there is 34. We don't have to give 34 because we don't know.
you can exclude me, you can exclude person.
No, there are people who did not show. No, I did show.
And those couple of people who didn't show for also.
Okay.
They are part of the institute.
That's not nice. No, I answered yesterday somebody quit. So yeah, we will just.
In management.
Yeah. So I will ask for more bags. That's right. But I might not be able to get it immediately. I may go to Hyderabad for it. So see you.
It's only for us. No?
It's only for us. Like in a week I can get it to you.
But
But
the
that's
bill
right.
is
Like,
later.
so that's what today I'm going to get the GST bill. So I'll add those bags to the
that bill.
GST. Yeah, that bill. So now that's 34, right? We need 4 more, 5 more bags, let's say.
Manageable.
Huh?
Manageable.
Yeah. ഇന്നേ ബാഗ് എടുക്കാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ 5 ബാഗ് കൂടുതൽ വാങ്ങിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളത്
Hi, how are you?
What about you?
How's the coffee?
Coffee? Is it a coffee?
This is a coffee or tea?
Tea. This is
Not
regular
good?
coffee. No, it's good.
And sandwich was okayish?
I skip the breakfast. I have to.
Why are you not coming out, sitting here alone? Come.
No, enjoying my company.
Phone you enjoying?
Yeah.
Social media?
Kind
WhatsApp?
of. Kind of.
WhatsApp? Enjoying with your old friends?
Yes. Hello. হ্যাঁ আমি সেটাই ভাবছিলাম, কিন্তু আমি একটা ফেসবুকে ভিডিও দেখলাম, তো ওখানে বলছে যে নাক টুকলে এরকম হয়। আমি নাক মানে নাক টুকতাম মানে কি সে বাজে অভ্যাস আমি জানি। আরে নাকটা না পুরো বন্ধ করে দিতে, আমি বন্ধ হয়ে যেতে ইন দ্য সেন্স ওই সর্দির জন্য না, ড্রাই হয়ে গিয়ে আজকে আমি সকালবেলা ওই জন্য ঘুম ভেঙে গেছে, মানে এত পুরো নাক থেকে মানে এরকম হঠাৎ করে শুরু হয়েছে। ঠান্ডা লাগেনি, ঠিকই আছে। আমি এখন নাকটা টানছে এই জন্যে, মানে ওই যে এগুলো আমি আর নাকের ভিতরটা হাত দিচ্ছি না। উনি বললো যে নাক মানে নিজের ডাক্তার, সেটা আমি দেখছিলাম। তার বলতে যে ব্লাড প্রেশার হাই হয়ে গেলে মানে ওরকম নাক থেকে রক্ত পেলে তখন বলতে যে ব্লাড প্রেশার হাই হয়ে গেছে, এটা আসল কারণ নয়, ওই নাকে ময়লা জমে দেওয়া এই সমস্ত একটু বোঝা যাবে। তো একদিন আমি এতভাবে চান করছিলাম, মানে আগে ফুটেছিলাম তারা একবারে, এবার নাকটা ঝেড়েছি, পুরো দেওয়ালে গিয়ে ময়লাগুলো পড়ছে, পুরো লাল হয়ে গেছে দেওয়ালগুলো। আমি না যাই ভাবতে হবে যে কী হলো, আরে আমার তো তখন ওই অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হয়েছে, তখন জোরে ধাক্কা লেগেছিল না দেওয়ালে, কাছে দেওয়ার সাথে, তখন নাকেও কেটে গেছে। আমি ওইখান থেকে কিছু হয়েছে, তারপর ওখান থেকে মানে আমি দেখছি শুধু হলে তো দুটো নাকেই হবে, ডান দিকের নাকে হয়েছে, বাঁ দিকের নাকে হয়, বাঁ দিকের নাকটা তো দিব্যি যেমন কিন্তু একটা আমি নোজাল স্প্রে ব্যবহার করি। আমি নাক ড্রাই হয়ে যাওয়ার প্রবলেমটা আমার ছিল, আমি অনেকদিন আগে এটা ওই ইনারেস থেকে মেডিসিন নিয়েছিলাম, সেটা এবার ইনারেস থেকে ফ্রিতে মেডিসিন দিয়েছে, সেই মেডিসিনটা পাওয়া যায় না, সেই মেডিসিনের সেম কম্পোজিশনে অন্য একটা মেডিসিন নিয়েছি, সেটা যদি মোটামুটি ঠিকঠাকই 50 টাকা। হ্যাঁ, এটা একটা বলেছে ব্লাড প্রেশার মানে হাইপার টেনশন থাকলেও এরকম হয়। আমি জানি না টেনশন আছে, আমি টেনশন করি, টেনশন নাই, মাঝে মাঝে মন খারাপ।
Almost everything I publish is open access. We have to do that with everything, or almost everything. just
So what are bags? Let's give it off. And in order for five of us, no? Yeah, I think today I will get a dinner. So we'll add another extra 5 bags from there. But I will not be able to do it if they will take a week or so. That's okay, no? I won't take it as a situation. For all everything together. The bags.
let's see if we get all people back inside. Okay. While waiting for the rest time, tell one thing, interesting thing we had in the discussion here on the break about also people, well actually students, like the hierarchy of relationships. What I see quite often with students is that they try to project a perfect image of themselves to the higher ups. Like, for example, also recommendation letters, everyone wants to put a perfect image of that person in the recommendation letter. And now, based on the trust kind of perspective, if you give a perfect image, that kind of, you can immediately see that it's not the right amount of trust. No one is perfect. So in communication, I think it's important, also for me, I've been trying to hear, also always say when I get a new idea, when I learn something, I try to say that, oh, that's a new idea, I've never thought of that. To demonstrate to you that I'm not perfect. I think everyone should do that when they find themselves imperfect, they should try to kind of communicate that imperfectness, because that imperfectness increases trust. If we give out a perfect image, sooner or later we will fail. We will be unable to keep up that image of perfectness, and then we lose trust. Just as like a life learning, my version of life wisdoms. Then we move on to epistemic rights. So the right to know, the right question. So we've talked about here that there should be kind of, well, this is not a different project within the same program. So it's a DECA project within the SEED program. But yes, the right to know, right to question. So if you want to trust something, we need knowledge. And to gain knowledge, of course, we need to make questions about that system. Right? And that's what epistemic right refers to. Our philosophy students can hear, perhaps correct my definition, but to my understanding it refers to the right to ask questions about something. Because without questions, we cannot learn. we would then have to only trust on the other party to communicate. But I think that this is a bit too much trust on anyone. So we need to be able to also ask questions. So trust is built on partial knowledge, understanding. Without knowledge there is faith, or could be faith, but at least there is no trust. And with complete knowledge, the trust is not needed. We covered that already. To gain trust, we therefore need the right to know and the right to question. How does that make you feel? Is that seems correct? I didn't realize that I could have made these into questions. I already didn't reveal the answers.
Sorry. This opened up another thought process, right?
Yeah.
With technology, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if implemented correctly, you can always ask your right to forget about you.
Yes.
In human, you cannot.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? I mean, that's another difference. I mean, like the last slide, right? The difference between a human trust and a technology trust. With technology, you can trust the technology if it is implemented correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, that's a caveat, right? You can always ask him the technology for the ability to forget.
Yeah.
That's one of the fundamental rights for GDPR as well, right? But same doesn't go with the human's trust, basically.
Yeah, that is actually true. And that connects with one thing which I've been pondering for decades already. That to me it seems like forgiveness is basically asking you to forget.
Correct.
If someone hurts me, I'm unable to forget. So, so how does forgiveness work? It's not breakdown down to this topic, but I don't know. So, like as an intellectual exercise, how does forgiveness work?
My behavior towards the person.
Sorry?
My behavior. So, suppose the person has wronged me and he's asking for forgiveness.
Yeah.
So, my behavior would be as it was before.
Yes.
If I forgive.
Mm-hmm.
But I still remember it. So
Yeah.
I don't forget. But I can change my behavior to be as it was earlier.
Yeah.
So maybe that is forgiveness.
Yeah, so that could be that you demonstrate by actions, you demonstrate that your behavior has changed. So through that we could then again gain trust again. So perhaps forgiveness is then to regain trust.
Forgiving is like sometimes it can be like accepting that it was a mistake, or like when you look past that, you give another chance.
Yeah.
It's like in a way again like you believing that person that the intentionality was not to do that.
Okay. Yes.
It is sort of not really forgetting something. Forgetting that this happened. You're agreeing to revisit what happened and understand it. You form a different understanding of it.
Yeah. But so who does the revisiting? Is it I?
If you broke my trust, then I have to revisit.
Okay.
So it's like you're telling me that but I didn't mean it that way.
Yeah.
I know this looks like this, but it was actually not that. There's another perspective. It could also be this. So I'm trying to sort of I'm agreeing to get out of my understanding of it and then accept a different understanding of the same what happened. So I'm not really forgetting what happened.
Yeah.
I am understanding it from a different place.
Okay. Yeah. That is yes, good point. So I can rethink and therefore understand better your motivations for doing what you did.
Yes, so basically there is, it's like the same event this is philosopher called Donald Davidson. So he talks about like how the same event under two descriptions can be two different events.
Yeah.
So it's like that. So you are letting go of this one description of the event and going with another description, and you're like, oh, so now the event itself has a whole different meaning. So now it's different.
Yeah. And that's also yesterday we talked about this chatbot, which had different questions, and the questions themselves have carry meaning in them. So that actually, even if they are like functionally the same, they can carry different meanings in them. So that is then focuses on me, how I rethink to forgive. I've also been thinking about as a solution to the forgiveness problem, that if I receive evidence that you have understood, that you have rethought, that you have understood how much your actions hurt me, and therefore you rethink your intentions.
Yeah, that is like, sometimes it's like, oh, I did not realize.
Exactly.
I did not realize that, this is what I was doing.
Yeah.
So if you can prove that, you did not have the intention to do it, then you're basically saying, in a way, very technically you're saying, but that was not an action of mine.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. I will be mindful about this next time, that, it's more like a collateral effect of your action.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I will be mindful about this. This will not happen again.
Yeah.
So it's like, I never noticed that my action could have that kind of consequence. I apologize for being not mindful about it.
Yeah. And then also, your actions, you didn't have information about the effect of your actions towards
Yes. So you're apologizing basically for the lack of knowledge. So you're not putting in the effort to gain that knowledge that what all consequences my action can have.
Yeah. All right. So that gives me evidence then that you would next time understand better.
Yeah, so there are, just because I apologize to you, you need not forgive. There are certain apologies that are acceptable, certain that are not.
Yeah, of course.
So,
yeah, I just want to add another point, like, we know that one of the situation happened in 2016, that Volkswagen has built number of cars, and they had the exhaust issues.
Yeah.
So the trust was broken because it's one of the leading company in the entire world. So the damage is already done. So we can rebuild the damage, the trust by they have done they took back all the cars back to their service, and they have done the repair and giving. That will be the another way to you have to show the whatever the things which are done, which causes some hazardous thing. So you have to remove it from if I have broken the trust.
Yeah. So you have to try to undo the hurt you've done. It's also part of the trust rebuilding process.
Yes.
Yes. Interestingly, there also that it's not only the trust towards Volkswagen which was broken, it was also the test kind of standard probably should be updated if it's possible to fake results. So the trust towards this test administrator was also broken, in my mind. So then again, coming back to the epistemic rights, then we have the right to ask questions about Volkswagen, the test procedure, and we should. I think we actually should ask questions. But then the question is how much questions is appropriate? When does it become a problem? Is there a problem if you start to ask too many questions? Nodding immediately.
Maybe if I speak in terms of human relationships, for example, our parents love us so much, and sometimes they ask too many questions just to be sure if we are safe, just to be sure that if we are doing well. So sometimes out of their concern they ask us so many questions, but we somewhere have this tendency to think that maybe they are not trusting us.
Yeah.
That's why they are asking too many questions all the time.
Mhm.
Same is with our relationships, our partners or maybe. So when we tend to ask them so many questions, they think that we are not trusting them.
Yes. So that communicates mistrust.
But we ask just because we care.
Yeah.
Right?
Care is a new word. Yeah. What of that? Yes, but that's true. So there is a communication then of mistrust to ask too many questions. So that's a balance then. We do have a right to ask questions, but there's limits to that. Also, there's the kind of the paranoid category of people. They basically mistrust everything and question. Basically, they question truths in a different way than we do. I think perhaps they overdo the questioning part. But therein lies like a paradox. So, like, we have the right to question, but how much is, again, it seems to me that how much is nothing here is binary. We have to be appropriate in the amount of questioning. Something over there.
Rather than asking questions and knowing.
Yes, the microphone is traveling.
Yeah. Rather than asking questions and knowing, experience is more important.
Okay.
So experience will give both at one time.
Yeah.
So experience about the system, it may be either a machine or a human, whatever it is. So questions and answers rather than experiencing it is important, which gives beyond question and answers.
Yeah. So you find that the experience or first person observation is more valuable than someone telling about it. We have a good exercise on that in the afternoon. Hold on to that. There's more thinking about coming about, like, what is good evidence. Remember that. But more questions here or comments.
No. So how much can you? How many questions are enough, or like appropriate amount of questions?
Yeah.
Like, I think that is different in case of you're asking questioning a machine or a person. So to a machine, it's already you can go on asking how, like, till you are satisfied or not. Like, it doesn't matter because it's a very mechanical. Like, the question will be like, but then, like, if I am, let's say she's doing something for me, so I have to trust her with the work. So it is also important for her to perform decently. In that, it is also important that she believes that I have some amount of trust in her.
Yeah.
So I cannot go on asking questions and make her feel like, oh, this person doesn't trust me at all with this. That can be a little problematic. But to a machine, the machine does not feel anything. The machine, so you can.
Just feel also, or there's no cost.
Yeah, like there's no psychological aspect. There's no psychological impact. The machine will not have. It will not have any impact on the performance of it. Like the feelings or the emotions or the intuitions. There's nothing like that. There is a function and there are ways in which it can be achieved. So it's gonna do it. So you ask them questions like whatever the programming of the machine allow the machine to share with you, it's gonna share with you.
Yeah.
And how much ever you ask, it's not going to give you anything more than that also.
Yeah. Currently, so in current implementations, I agree that that's true. But now I just claim that so asking a lot of questions is also communication about our level of trust towards the trustee. But so, of course, we could program the computer to understand that if I make lots of questions towards it, that's communication of my mistrust towards it.
Yes, but what you can program the computer is to give a appropriate response.
Yeah.
But I don't think the computer knowing whatever it means for the computer to know that this person lacked the trust is not going to affect the performance of the computer.
No, but it might change the communication. So I think it's useful for the device to know that you are not trusting. So if you are not trusting, the computer probably then could change its communication to try explain better. Explain better what it's doing, what its purpose is, and how it's doing, so that you would gain the right appropriate amount of trust.
Right, but then that can be problematic also, right? That can be, the computer could also manipulate you.
Yeah, of course. So that is of course always the problem. That it can be dark design patterns or unethical design patterns.
But then this is like again, we're talking about like illusionary force, and then you're saying, saying that you could actually bookmark, like you can actually mark the illusionary force, and probably this is one of the ways in which you can use that if you can.
Yeah.
So doubt or mistrust is probably one of the illusionary forces that can be marked and responded appropriately with.
So that is so. We are not currently at that stage yet, but I would like to come to that at some point in the next 10 years, that we could try to estimate the trust and then change the behavior of the device or service based on that. It will be improve the customer service feeling.
Quick thought process, right? I mean, since a lot of people here, right? We have tools to measure performance.
Yeah.
OKRs. I mean, a lot of tools are there to measure performance, right? But there is no tool to measure trust.
Yes.
Right. A lot of people talk about it, like even in open forum, but there is no effort that is put on. OKR become very popular because, I mean, like Intel became successful and Google adopted it and became successful. I mean, there are a lot of tools like OKR to measure performance, right? There should be a framework, I mean, like both from a technological angle, to measure trust. Say, for example, if you're working in an organization, right? We also have to think about mental models of how to build that kind of a system, because coming back to the example I told you, right, in allied forces, I mean, you always want to select people with high trust even if they are medium performer, right? If trust becomes a paramount, right, there should be a way to measure it, and there should be frameworks to measure it.
Yeah.
Right? I just want to throw it up to you. I mean, even I do not know what is the answer to that problem, but I just want to insert that in everybody's head, basically.
So I thought more about that later, but the short story is that it's difficult. So we do have those. Science has methods to measure trust, but the problem is that there's so many. You already noticed that there's so many different things which influence trust, and to get the repeatable measurement, you really have to narrow it down to very kind of narrow things. Or you have two different things, and you want to measure the trust between them. So the difference has to be very narrow in scope. It has to be quite large because there's also too much individual variation. But the usefulness of those results becomes quite small because the scope is always so narrow. So in practice it becomes useless.
Very interesting. See, I mean, I just want to know another question.
Yeah.
I mean, to you, right? Say, for example, I mean, everything, the conversation between you and me, right, has exclusively happened in a digital world. Let's assume for a moment, right? Let's assume for a moment it is either in email display, right, or any digital medium where I can scrape the data, right? I mean, not necessarily as an offline model, right? If I could scrape the data, and if there are like scientific models, right, will be able to like define something. I mean, see, like something is better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, see, currently we have zero, right? Zero models to measure trust, right? If at all, like, if there is a framework for like that, exclusively, I can throw it up to that black box and say, based on the conversation we are having, right, this person, trust them. See, even for that, like, we can define levels, like 6 or 7 levels, right? I think this person's trust level with the trustee is somewhere between 5 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that that is possible in the long run? Like, I'm not asking you for an algorithm or things like that.
So we can gain evidence.
Mm-hmm.
For example, now and there are among the questions you make.
Mm-hmm.
So how much you question my actions?
Mm-hmm.
That is an indication how much you trust me, and we can in such interactions we can measure trust.
Mm-hmm.
It's more difficult than with devices.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Very nice.
yeah. But I'm just correct that I'm needed. So we have methods of measuring trust,
Mm-hmm.
and there are like really statistically proven
Mm-hmm.
methods for measuring trust.
Oh, nice.
They are just always very narrow in scope.
Oh, okay.
So there's
Okay.
just one single question they make, which is so narrow that in the design of a speech interface,
Mm-hmm.
it's not very useful because we should have 50,000 different trust
Mm-hmm.
test experiments before we cover the needed area,
Mm-hmm.
and every test takes 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
We are never finished. But yeah, I thought about it that
Nice.
measuring a bit later. Oh, yes. But this is as a conclusion here that then so we need to question. So we need skepticism. That's the mandatory part. So we need distrust. So there is a bit of a paradox there that to be able to generate trust, we need distrust.
I was just going to ask that, like, should it even be, should we be aspiring to, build absolute trust of machines at all?
No.
So that's like the conversation about, like, how can we make sure that they trust? Should we be making sure that, I don't think we should be making sure that people trust machines.
No, yeah.
Because it's a pseudo-trust when you trust machines. You don't know what you're trusting.
But yes, but if they behave consistently good for you, so if they are consistently beneficial, so if a device is consistently beneficial for you, so it always does good to you. In all recorded history, it has been useful to you.
Mm. But that's what then. This is the problem. The problem is like you are, for you, somebody, let's say I'm like another like a layman who is not very aware or concerned about the technology or the back end of any of this. So my trust go to the machine, but the decisions are not taken by the machine.
Mm-hmm.
The intentionality comes from elsewhere.
Yeah.
So the actions are done elsewhere. It's just like the machine is just a tool. Like, so my trust is, and then it I don't know, gives me like she said, like, some unrealistic expectations also. It might lead to some unrealistic expectation also.
Yeah. Yes, of course. But so I feel like we are now again moving to the categorical distrust, like that we should never trust the computer, which I personally feel is wrong. We should have some level of trust. We should not have perfect trust. I agree with that.
Yes, but then I was trying to ask about like the distrust.
Yeah.
So let's say like there has to be a little amount of distrust also.
Yes.
But at what, at the mission, or like shouldn't people, shouldn't there be like more awareness about like, where should we put our distrust or trust?
Yes.
Like when you put it on the machine, it's a little problematic. It should be rather put on the company or the government or the software engineers or the data trainers. Like,
yes, I agree. That's all. It's not an isolated entity there. So there is this chain of trust, which we talked about earlier, and that should be part of the communication. Then, when the device explains what it does, it should also then connect it with the incentives that the company behind it has, or intentions that the company
I think that will actually increase the trust, because I will trust something more if I know, like, if something goes wrong, how to rectify it, like, or like whom to hold accountable or responsible will increase the trust.
Yes. And also, like, let's say, if we start to look at the company incentives, so it could explain that we are trying to now help you, but why are you trying to help me? So why is that an important value for the company? So that's something I believe should be explained in the response or the communication.
Like if you look at like, most of these devices, any of these phones or laptops that are like considered really good, they're very transparent about like every part.
Yes.
Like who's doing what, like where is the different parts of this thing, where is it made? Meanwhile, like it's like a very common thing called Chinese product, which means you have no clue where any of those parts have come from. So a trustworthy, like he has been saying, the transparency is probably the key to trust.
Yeah. So transparency is important. That's all. I think that, repeating the same message, we need to have appropriate level of distrust and transparency. So we need to have really wide transparency. But of course, we probably don't want to communicate that otherwise we get again that bylaw consent form, which explains everything, and that's not very informative because it's just a wall of text. So it needs to be somehow appropriate depth. Trying to be completely transparent is then also an illusion. Yes. So we already talked about conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists have too many questions, and that is also not healthy. So the extended epistemic trust, this still comes from the same projects, or the mega projects. So they postulate, and I kind of agree with this, that we should have a right to question and evaluate information even from trusted sources. That is important. So, like, from a Scandinavian perspective, I trust the government quite far, but still I need to have a right to question their actions. The right to participate in knowledge construction rather than just receiving it. Well, I think this needs to be further thought. What does knowledge construction mean? Same persons. I'm really happy that some people are participating all the time. Continue. I would also like the back row to participate.
Right to participate in knowledge construction means involve people focus groups in the conception of the product or solution, design of the product, design of the architecture, try to understand the problem to which it all can, during those focus meetings only, we would have conceived a certain product, maybe a screech product or some solution will cater to some needs. When we have people participate in such, let's say people from even NGOs, people from government, people from different community, when they come, they will list out some of the concerns which they have, and so you can be better equipped to come out with a solution which will address to their concerns, and that is one thing. And when in different stages, like say when they have come out with something, they have come out with the first version of the product, they do beta testing, they ask them to come, so they will show that they are very transparent and what they promised, and it can be validated during those testing.
Yeah.
So that's how Google or Microsoft built a very big fan base. So people get to know, okay, yes, then they start trusting the technology and trusting the product from those.
Yeah. So I think the important thing here in this was the user interaction, so that users somehow participate in the knowledge construction. But what does that? Doesn't really give a complete answer yet to what it means to have a knowledge construction. It's for now a difficult philosophical question. So knowledge, perhaps I start with something here. So different users might interpret differently what is meaningful, what is valuable. It's quite often can feel that the company tries to probably need a product which is useful, but that doesn't answer my needs or my kind of values of what is good. We had yesterday also, it was yesterday we talked about, let's say, the different minorities. They might understand the world in a different way. So we need to think about, let's say now, like a speech interface, if it's a male or female voice. I might claim that the androgen, like an in-between voice, might be the right thing. But do I really know what women want that voice to be, or I think it's with presumptions, at least for me, to claim that the in-between voice would be the right voice for non-binary persons. I know that their understanding of gender is very different from mine. So I think they need to participate in the discussion of gender representation. So this discussion is then now the knowledge construction about gender roles in a speech interface. So then that is now part of the extended epistemic rights that they are talking about, that we really need to talk to, and also cultural more kind of differences, that if I as a Scandinavian person start to say what is right, I bet you that we find differences what is right in India. I'm pretty sure that there's something which goes wrong when I define what is right.
It is possible to participate in knowledge construction only when we have knowledge about it.
Yes, that is true also.
Otherwise you cannot participate.
Yes. So you need some sort of basic level of knowledge, and then we can refine that. So it's a refinement process with participants of all the different user groups, but not only user groups, but also different stakeholders. So an investor might have a different view of what is beneficial than the owner of the company or the CEO of the company and the engineer at the company. So it needs to be shared among these stakeholder groups. The right to maintain skepticism without being labeled as anti-institutional or conspiracist. So then coming back to your example about your parents. So the parents make 100 questions about where are you going tonight. You shouldn't label them as conspiracists. They care about you. But I understand that that also has limits. So of course, when we go past some border, then we would, I think we have the right also to label them as going too far. But finding those limits is then the soft borders. But this is a difficult field, like from an engineering point of view. How you then actually make that into the product, or it's actually not perhaps not so much the engineering, it's the design team of the product. Now we come back, so there's a bit different. So it's again now a different group, or a different project. Now it comes back to Trustem, which I'm part of. But this is a work of Avanti. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's an Indian lady in our group who is studying social scientific perspective. I think it's like interaction between anthropology and social sciences. And I don't know those fields of science very well, so I don't even know the differences between those different ones. So social psychology and social sciences and anthropology. But anyway, now we come to the word which was mentioned here, the care. So clearly, trust has different emotions built into it. Or at least I feel that there are emotions involved. There was also love mentioned earlier, that if you are in a loving relationship, basically some sort of trust is almost a required component. You can love someone. Sometimes you can love a dog and you don't really kind of trust it much. But there are these elements of care. So that was also something I was trying to fish out in the morning discussion. The benevolence. That quite often, many definitions of trust include benevolence. I don't personally really agree perhaps with that, but if we have evidence of benevolence, of course that helps in creating trust. If there's evidence of care, of respect, if a service agent or a service person at the counter has respect to me, towards me, it's easier for me to trust that service person. Reliable, so the reliability was mentioned. Safety, probably also, that comes also with the privacy kind of aspect of it. Comfort, I don't think we have perhaps not mentioned comfort, but at least confidence we talked about and also mentioned familiarity. So those are essential components of the trust generation process between the individual and now here in this example a service. Of course the service can also be another person or a device. So those are affects, or this area of science is talking about affects and not emotions. I don't know the difference in this context, what is the difference between affects and emotions, but I think easier to talk about emotions for us non-experts in this field. Then there is like the individuals who place trust, or the trustor in this relationship. So we've talked a lot about experiences, that there is like a experience, so we've learned over time things about the trustee, so the object of trust. And that those experiences are valuable, of course, in creating trust. But there's also social capital. I feel like that is more like the cultural aspect, that when others in your community place trust towards the service, they tell you about their experiences, so you like get second-hand information, and that kind of then helps build probably less valuable, or less like you get less confidence from that, but it helps definitely. A sense of belonging. How does that influence? Sense of belonging. Any thoughts about how that influences trust? At least immediately get the feeling that it has some influence. Like microphones.
I trust my learners.
Yeah.
My community.
Yes.
The sense of belonging is there.
Yeah, so you have a sense of belonging to your community. Yes.
Any group that I belong to.
Yeah. So yes, yes, in that sense, it helps building trust towards that community. Yes. I feel like I missed still something. So I don't know the answer.
The degree of trust increases with this sense of belonging.
The degree of trust increases with increased belonging. Yes. My emotions tell that that's true. Yes. You had some answer.
Yeah, I just want to give the same example which you given. You don't use WhatsApp.
Yeah.
But since your belonging group here, so
So WhatsApp example. So I have I'm trying to understand what you mean. So
like you trust your group.
Yeah, I trust
That's
my
the
group.
reason why you are also using that.
So I'm not using WhatsApp. So I have a sense of belonging towards the other people who use WhatsApp, but I still choose not to use WhatsApp. So
So there is always an anomaly.
Yeah. So I'm an anomaly. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So, but I suffer from that discrimination effect from that. But I try. Perhaps that's also a way for me to communicate to the others that this is not right. I don't want to use WhatsApp.
I to say.
Sorry?
I am also an anomaly.
Yeah. But yes. But I don't even know really what belonging is. What that was. Perhaps that's why I don't understand it, because I don't understand what belonging is. Okay, but if you don't have no answers to that, let's move on. There's the kind of on the other side there's the trustee, so the object of our trust. So now in this our context, that's the service encounters, that's the service personnel at the Espoo city service point, and then that person who is there, we place our trust on that, and of course now, based on our discussions, so already there's a chain of trust, so we also have a trust on the city and the government in general. But then there's the relationships. I think that quite obviously kind of then also continues that we build a relationship. So there's something more to it than just trust in the relationship. I don't immediately now see what is a relationship. trust is probably a component also of relationship somehow. But that's perhaps a shared experience, so there's something joint about it, so there's some level of symmetry in it, that both parties would then be trusting, perhaps.
There's a certain sense of physical as well as mental intimacy that.
Mental intimacy, yes, physical and mental intimacy, okay? Yeah? I feel that feels right to me, yes. That's interesting now. So those are feelings, and I don't have a logical explanation to those feelings. You have to turn to our philosophers to explain this in terms of logic. Yes, and of course, part of that is then the communication which we have. But it seems that the relationships also have a history component to it, and there's time component. So we build relationships over time. When we meet for the first time, we don't have yet a relationship. That through our experience, we both build trust, but also a relationship. And then on this big characterizes trust. She also puts in here discourses. That's a term that I, as an engineer, I'm not used to use. I've tried to explain it as the potential considerations of potential conversations we can have about that. But so we can have then a conversation about national identity. Now in the migration setting, there's two national identities at least involved. There's the Finnish setting where this happens, and then there's the nationality of the migrant. And those then kind of give different perspectives on how to look at trust. So the national, so not just trust, but also the person feels an identity, feels belonging to some reference group, and that influences how they build their trust. But perhaps easier is the power imbalance to think about. So in a service encounter, but also with the speech device, there is a power imbalance on many different levels. So I can turn off the power, or I can choose not to go to that service counter. So in that sense, the user has a power. But on the other hand, the service personnel can have a power over the migrant also. They can turn down some. So say no to that. You are not allowed to have this or the other service, or they can like choose which things they inform about. So they will have to choose what topics they talk about, or what options they give to the migrant. In the same way that comes actually back to the recommendation engine we talked about earlier. So YouTube has the power to choose which videos it will show to me, or Netflix has the power to choose which movies it advertises to me. That's a power imbalance which I feel discomfort about. Then there's equality and equity. That's something we talked about on Monday already. So the more vulnerable migrants should probably deserve better service. That then requires that the service person or the device make a judgment about how deserving are you of a service. I think judgments are dangerous. But now it somehow seems that it's required to create equity. I painted myself in the corner now. I would not like to judge. How do you feel about that? Do you also feel the discomfort about making a judgment?
Equity and privacy, right? You cannot have the best of the both, right? I mean, like,
No, yeah.
therein lies the problem, right? I mean, you have to, like, if you want equally treating systems, right, you should be in a position to, like, forego a little about, compromise a little about your privacy as well. So you cannot have best of the both worlds.
Yeah.
Right. So if you want to achieve equity, you have to, like, define parameters which I'm okay to, like, compromise, right? And that's how you can build such systems, basically, right? Say for example, even from a user interface level, right? You can seek some information to make the system behave equity from a service design perspective. Like I even don't want to get into user design, right? From a service design perspective itself, you can involve collecting equity data, right? And make the system behave in an equity way, not equality way.
Yeah.
Right? And it's up to engineers like ourselves, right, to make sure there are no biases in the system in the pretext of building equity.
Yeah.
So that's how I would view that.
So biases in building it. Yes, of course, yes. So we can try to do that.
We can try to do that. I'm not sure, like, we can reach there.
Yeah.
But with intentions, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, there should always be there. I mean, there should be an ethical way to, like, do things which you're doing from an engineering perspective. And I believe the engineers can make a fantastic difference if they're conscious about this fact. Well, a lot of times they are not, right. I mean, like, because I mean, like, with the speed the advancements are going, and the speed the product has to be built, with the speed that the money has to be earned. These are not, like, in-brain or in-bite. They even do not have time to think about it, basically. From a design principle perspective, right? If, like, they get exposed to this facts, right, we can obviously move away from automation to value-centered design.
Yeah.
But that has to be built in right from the scratch.
Yes.
So yeah.
But that's a good point. So one design principle which I didn't remember to talk about yesterday was that from the privacy by design. So but that also applies now to all questions here. That you really have to start from, like, first steps have to be kind of define what you actually want. What are your values? And that's doing it as an afterthought usually does not work.
Absolutely agree. I mean, like, when you're establishing a relationship, trust, right, it should always be value driven.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the moment you have values as first, right, you might slip somewhere here and there, right? In principle, if your values doesn't, spill right, you have a good chance of, like, building systems that can go a long way.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, I'm stressing the time aspect of it because the instant gratification things will not require time. You can get hooked onto it because of the, like, anti-patterns, basically.
Yeah.
Right. But these kind of systems, right, it has to, like, enter your consciousness. It has to become a habit it will take a lot of time to like establish
Yes.
the pattern. It is possible, but you need that value ingrained into you and a little bit of discipline helps, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But I like this time aspect here now.
Mhm.
I do agree that business world has lots of time pressure,
Correct.
and now that seems to be in conflict
Mhm.
with our trust building
Correct.
aims. So we will not be able to build trust if we move so fast all the time.
Yeah, see, like, I mean, once again, right, these people are hard to find, like, people who have time on their side, they want to do deep work, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are people out there, right, but they are very hard to find.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you have to establish that sort of community to build, systems which can last long.
Yeah.
I mean, like, see, there are two different cohorts, right? That's what I said in the first episode. I mean, I stay away from this cohort because, in principle, right, deep work requires time, basically.
Yes.
You cannot do deep work with less time. I mean, like, if that pretext is there, right, might as well someone else will also be able to like replicate it. If it took something, for example, if it took 8 hours of work, it's a project work, it's not a product, basically.
Yeah.
Right? So we have to like form cohorts, community of those kind of like-minded people who wanted to do a long run. Like an example you said yesterday, right? Be involved and want to make it my life principle to basically build encoders which can disentangle information, privacy
Yes.
information, right? It's a long-term vision.
Yes.
That cannot happen overnight. You have to find that kind of people to bring out value-driven systems as well. At this point in time, right? Every corner you turn right. The focus is always about your EBITDA, basically, meaning like companies, right? How I want to optimize bottom line. But the companies do not realize, right? Building values, right, can build bottom line.
Yeah.
It might not happen instantly. It will take a good amount of time to build it, but in principle nowadays, that is getting rarer and rarer. But it is possible.
Yes.
In principle, it is possible, and I want to push this to the overall.
Yeah. So it has. I agree with also that. So it takes time in all parts. So the business world is a bit in conflict with that. These goals, and value discussion is also something which we can perhaps have. Let's see how long we get today, but we can talk about more values in the afternoon. I was thinking also about the equality and equity, just connected to also with privacy things. That let's say we would have here a panel of talkers, and then we talk about gender-related things. And then I can say that for me as a male, I can easily self-identify as a male, and I tell my opinion, and it comes the next one, and the next one, and all then tell that their self-identified gender. Then comes the last one. He or she then get pressure then to also reveal their identity, and not revealing their self, like the gender, would also be that would also reveal something about their gender or gender identity. So then we can force things to happen. So my actions will influence them, or my action will reveal something about the fifth person. I forgot how this connects to equity. I had a question planned for that. Yes. Anyway, it was an example. We still had left the temporal aspect of that. The font is now a bit small, but it says that past and present experiences shape future expectations and how trust manifests in future encounters. Yes. Okay, so this is now basically a list of things, outcomes from that picture. But I want this claim. I don't fully agree with that, but she says that it's perceived through emotions. I do think that there can be also objective, objective components. We have observations about how we can be quite neutral about something. But it is definitely colored by past experiences. She says that it happens at encounters with service people. But this is a bit now in a conflict with the previous project, which says that it has kind of happens before, during, and after. Or it can be stationary. It doesn't even have to be, the action doesn't even have to happen. Mm-hmm. We can place trust on something as a potential. That we could do this. I trust that we can do it, to do something, and therefore I can feel safe. And we definitely we now be discussing it the whole morning from very many different perspectives and many social levels and many narratives. But exactly this is true. Now time is 12. When is lunch? 12:30. So we have half an hour more. Okay. Measuring trust, as promised. So in the early stages of this project, we went and talked with psychologists. Yes, we want to measure trust. How do we do it? And they were like, no, don't go there. So really their feeling is that, so the psychological expert feeling is that, or experience is that you need to do so narrow experiments that they are in practice meaningless for our service scenario. We would have to do so many experiments that we will never be done. So I claim that yes, that is true, but it is a complex world. But I think we should still be able to do something good, even when there's lots of uncertainties. It has to be possible to do some good. I choose to believe so. So in some sense, we do want to measure trust, but quite often we can use proxies, so substitutes for trust. Let's say now in service. So if we have services and then people never come back, that tells something about it. It's useless for them, or they don't trust it, or so it's an indicator for trust. So there's retention, or willingness to use services. So Facebook, for example, quite a lot measures that. How willing are you to share information on Facebook? They have lots and lots of studies about that, and that tells them something about our trust towards Facebook. Yes, willing to contribute into information, so that's also an indicator then in a service situation. You can come there and ask questions without contributing anything yourself. So that it can be, in that sense, unidirectional kind of interaction, and that's how much you open up at that service encounter or with the device, then tells about something. But quite often it's also, trust is quite often a proxy. So as city, Espoo city, they want migrants to have a good life in Espoo. They want them to integrate. We talk about two-way integration. So it's not only the migrants who should change to become worthy of Espoo. It's also Espoo who should change to be worthy for the migrants. I have experience in Germany, and I feel strongly about that. I have strong emotions that also the Germans have to change to kind of. It's not only me who has to change. But in that sense, kind of that integration or that life quality in Espoo is what we are trying to achieve. So, and trust is a proxy, so it's a substitute measure for that. So we can actually, Espoo can fail entirely in their services, and a migrant can still be integrated in the community, have a good life. So it's not measuring everything. So that is, I think, a good discussion then with devices. Why do we want to have trust toward devices? Is that overall the right
sharing our
measure?
privacy. We are sharing our privacy with those devices.
Yeah.
We are communicating. We are sharing some confidentiality information. Say we are even when we are using a mobile phone to converse with office or with the clients, we do not know in that somebody may hack and trespass and find out information. So that's what we need to.
So you mean that we need to trust? So that's a prerequisite.
Yeah. So that the devices or the solutions which have been developed need to have those type of encryption standards.
Yeah.
Right? Otherwise, it becomes even difficult to converse with people over phone.
Yeah.
If somebody is hacking.
Yes. So some level of trustworthiness is required. But then the question is how much.
Too much. In fact, let's say we are transferring. Let's say we are transferring information from. We have conducted some experiments outside, and we are transferring that information to IIT through satellite communication. And if that somebody is able to hack that and get that information, then whatever research which we have found, it will be in public domain also.
Yeah.
So losses will be severe.
Yeah. But so that kind of. But now this. So yes, I agree that currently, we are placing too much trust on them in the sense that the private information is leaking out. But the quick overall question is that what is the true measure of goodness of a service? Trust is kind of one component of that, but I feel it's a proxy for something else. We're trying to achieve something with this device, or speech interface, and having trust toward that service, yes, that helps in us achieving that goal. But what is the goal of a speech interface? Any thoughts from the back row? What is that? What are we trying to achieve? What is the ultimate goal of a speech interface? Say something. Why do you have a mobile phone? Someone put a hand up and answer. Why do you have a mobile phone? And say the first stupid thing that comes to mind.
I basically use mobile phones only to call.
Only to call. Okay.
Yeah, I don't prefer to use social medias and all.
Yeah.
Somehow I feel we get more addicted to it. Than using our time on a constructive work. We'll be spending more time there seeing others work. That would be beneficial for a certain extent, but not always.
So for you, the purpose is then to make calls, and so you want to, your purpose is to talk to your peers or like network, and so the purpose of the phone is then to enable you to keep contact with your network. Okay, yeah, that is a fair purpose, and then the trust placed in that role then that.
When we don't use much and when we are not more digitalized, that is more safer also, but unfortunately we need to be digitalized also.
Yeah. But when you just think in your communication with your network, then you put some trust in the device for your ability to keep that network of connections alive.
I feel like if you are more addicted to mobile, like we start saving our personal information, each and everything we start saving, even taking note or anything. If we lose by mistake, like if we lose a device, we become almost like a handicap.
Yeah.
Nothing will be like previously before the digitalization. We were like we used to take a note, we used to write, and we used to memorize and all. So that is much better sometimes than getting into digital, because we stop thinking. We get everything ready.
Yeah. But I think that kind of applies to any new technology. That when kind of printing was introduced to kind of when we first invented the kind of writing as like a copying information, then there was lots of talk that will we now forget the kind of skill of learning by heart? Yes, we definitely don't know by heart so many stories anymore. We lost that skill. The question is, do we need that skill? So I'm sorry, there's been benefits of knowing stories, like folklore stories by heart. Yes, definitely. But we have also gained something else. So it is not for me. It's not immediately visible whether the trade-off is negative or positive. And again, I don't want to make a judgment of that.
Yeah, that's all. Certain limit it is good, but not too much.
Yeah. Now we've got one opinion on what is the purpose of a speech interface. Any other opinions? How does someone else use phones? What is the purpose to have a phone from someone else? Be brave. Say something stupid. I dare you. All right.
So can I take
Yes.
LLM models as a reference?
Yes.
One way it is good, like there are some topics or some field where we will not be finding the exact solution or the required detail about the topic. There it will help us, like if you want to find some information. But what is happening now is like before thinking or before trying in all other way and getting into it, everyone is just jumping into a chat GPT and getting the output from that. They are not even thinking whether it's the right or not. Sometimes for so many things it gives a generalized answer, which may not be the relevant. When you when you mainly focus on a research, we can't just get the generalized answer. We need to be very particular about the solution and all. In that cases,
these LLMs are somewhere it's misleading, or we can say like somewhere it is stopping person to thinking capacity. It is hurdling the thinking capacity also.
Yeah, I agree. How do others feel about that?
ChatGPT is known to all now.
But
whether you are a technical or a non-technical person.
Everyone knows ChatGPT, yes. So, how do you feel about that?
No, I have a different take. Yes, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's not ideal, right? I mean, like, especially from a solutioning perspective, you have to think through because there are various angles to it, right? I mean, like, and you have to put your thought process in some way to like start executing things, right? But from an LLM perspective, right? I mean, 30 years ago, like 40 years ago, right? What happened was, I mean, like you train someone, right, who can automate like 60 or 70% of your job, right? And once they share the result as a file, right, you have your own way to interpret it and finish the rest of the 30, right? The rest of the 30 only you can do. I mean, whoever is like a manager or a managing director, that's how, I mean, a lot of companies even nowadays are structured as well. I view any LLMs like that basically where it can semi-automate things for you, right? And the world is going there. I mean, like it's not like, I mean, if you don't use GPT at least, right, you are missing out. I mean, like currently you are missing out, right? But you have to always keep GPT at that level. Basically, I mean, like automate 60-70% of your work, right? But you should be the one to like put the thought process around it to make sure your needs are addressed.
Yeah.
Right? The onus is on you. The onus is not on ChatGPT because whatever it does, it will give you. But the problem with that kind of, I mean, like approach, right? You cannot perpetually go ask it everything, basically. Then, I mean, from a and therein lies the difference as well, right? I mean, whatever like you have learned, right? You can also make a learned outcome based on the response, right? It is not automation. I mean, it should be stopped at the semi-automation level. I love the example you gave like 2 days ago, right? You still like use GPT, but at the end of the day, I will go word by word to make sure like it is doing justice to what I've asked,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
The onus is on us. I mean, like, see, I mean, like, you cannot have everything as a instant gratification. See, I mean, either you can automate everything, right? Or you can step back and say, yes, I'm going to use it as a semi-automation tool, but I'm going to validate everything that is going to give me with a sincere form of concentration, basically. And I'm going to give some time. Say, for example, if a task is taking 1 hour, right? Maybe ChatGPT can help you to like bring it down to like half an hour, but it is not 0.
Yeah.
The moment that paradigm shift in terms of thought process happens, right? That's when you will add more powers to your armory as well. That's my perspective.
Yeah. Let's actually this ChatGPT is a good example now. Think about lots of the trust concepts we have discussed this whole morning. So apparently now many people here have a quite high level of distrust towards ChatGPT. And I think that personally I feel that's fair. So there's lots of things it's not doing well. So some things it's doing well, but also.
I agree.
Yeah. So then, for example, now what we've discussed today is around the knowledge we have about that and transparency. How do you feel about our level of knowledge about, or the epistemic rights? how much can we do questions? How much do we get answers?
See, my perspective there, right? I mean, like, GPT is good. At this point in time, it is good, right? But GPT is not that good. I mean, like, see, if you take call center for an example, right? People are automating L1 queries, basically your FAQs and other stuff, and L2 queries as well, based on the incidents that has happened in the past, right? What is probably the correct solution to that incident? To bring up that case study, they are using chatbots. But even now, right, your L3 queries, say for example, like you have a history of evidences.
Yes. So now there are non-introduced here also, L2 and L3. Explain your concept.
Okay, L2, sorry, I got carried away. It's okay. So L2 queries are not frequently asked questions. You need a little bit of domain expertise to answer those questions. You don't need to be fairly technical, but you still need to have domain knowledge in understanding how to respond. So those are L2 queries. The L3 queries are deeply technical in nature, might or might not be based on incidents that has happened in the past, right? So you need knowledge graphs to kind of understand and guide the customer basically, right?
Yeah.
Even the context currently, like large scale implementations of AI in chatbot towards automating the workforce of L1 and L2, right? There is reasonable success, I wouldn't deny that, but the advanced form of L2 and the advanced form of basic form of L3 is still handed over to a human basically, right? That's where the technology currently stands. And it might be with a reasonable confidence, achieving L3 queries also, it might not take a long time, right? But the problem with GPT, at least, based on the experience I have building RAG-based models, right? It kind of hallucinates as well.
Sorry?
Hallucinates as well.
Yeah, hallucinates. Yes.
Right. That's a dangerous problem. It might not be a bad problem for a small company implementation, but it can quickly become a bad problem when it is deployed from a B2C angle.
Yeah.
Unless otherwise it is a B2B angle, internal, where mistakes are forgiven and other stuff. The moment the problem is deployed as a B2C, business to consumer, sorry, B2C, business to consumer, right? It can become problematic with the hallucinations that are happening. You have to find a balance, basically.
Yeah. So also in the migration context which I'm working at is by law, a city has to give correct information to customers.
Correct.
It is not allowed to give wrong information, and if a service person or service agent person gives information, he or she is personally responsible, so legally responsible, could face a lawsuit if they give wrong information. But of course, they are imperfect. They will make mistakes.
We have to.
Yeah. But I think that is something which currently the city doesn't It closes its eyes to that. It doesn't realize or is not aware of that, and puts the requirement level for the device or service, or computer service, puts a higher requirement on that than the humans. I think that is interesting. We also talked about automatic driving, and that currently in California, Tesla has less accidents per mile than humans have. But still we are really worried about the Teslas. Which is, there's some feeling, we have some feelings about that, which I have trouble explaining those feelings. Still, it is an LLM question and more to it from the things we discussed this morning. For example, now I feel that we are on a learning curve. And my claim, what I've learned from psychology, that we tend to over-trust at the start. And I would see that we have over-trusted ChatGPT now. And based on psychology, it's now supposed to drop. Trust is dropping now. Probably overcorrects. So we go to a valley, and then we start to learn. And I think that is then what I was also searching for here. That we are currently learning, and all this feedback from you that it's doing the wrong thing, it's not working. So you are trying to communicate, get the community to learn the appropriate trustworthiness of the system. So I think that connects quite nicely with many aspects of what we discussed this morning. But still the kind of the background was what is the purpose? I mean, with LLMs, I find it hard to say what the purpose of an LLM is. It's a tool for something, and there's many problems where it can be the tool. But with speech interfaces, I still didn't get an answer what the purpose of a speech interface is. We have like five minutes before we have. Perhaps you have one more idea.
To come to the speech interface.
Yes.
So, for example, a conversational AI. Just a simple example, dictation.
Dictation,
yeah. Down. So it makes life convenient. For me.
Okay.
If I have an ASR that types what I say. Or a voice bot rather than a chat bot.
Yeah.
So when I say it responds back to me.
So it's creating convenience.
Convenience.
Yes.
That is the move.
Yeah. So that's the purpose of reducing your workload. Yeah. From the perspective of Monday's discussion, is that an efficiency target or a life quality target? So for you, so you said that it then mostly improves your life quality by reducing your workload. Okay, yeah. So then, that should then, of course, be then the, if that's the preference of users, then that should be the goal of designers to improve life quality rather than efficiency. Of course, they are connected. Any more thoughts about? Well, we went quite far from measuring trust. but still kind of just to connect it back to measuring, so that then the kind of improvement in life quality would be then kind of the thing to measure. Of course, that is also very hard to measure. Perhaps not even easier than trust. But in that sense, we have other tools of looking at trust, other ways of quantifying that. But I do feel that trust is a useful concept. So in discussions about, let's say, LLMs, it is useful to think about trust and discuss it. We can characterize things through the concept of trust, even when we are unable to give it a number. So we should completely discard it, even if it's a proxy. So that's I think that's the value of trust in this. For me, this concept or context. We're almost at 12:30, so I think now it's time to take a break. Thank you. Let's meet at 2 o'clock.
Don't play.
No?
Don't play.
Sir, okay.
There is only one. ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ
ಅದೇ ಅದೇ ಹಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಗೆ
अच्छा वो आरो
हाँ
आरो नहीं है इधर इधर आरो कहाँ कहाँ
The tap when that's installed, I think that's starting. That's what people say.
I don't know.
You have got it.
I don't have another party. I see from water bottle ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬರೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು
Yeah, what?
ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದು ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ನಾನು ಸಿರೀಸ್ ಅಂತ
Huh? Okay.
Then need more class. Need
से कंसर्न
then because he has to send this episode, then he has to come to us. It must have a discussion. Practice more than more knowledge. Otherwise, when I know everything, the other area, I want to know other area, then I have to understand. Then I should.
Yeah.
So if it is your voice, then it will
Yes. So there's a differentiate between the speaker identification. So it's speaker identification, and there's lots of work on speaker captures. Overall, also often the aim is often to verify that it's a human. So deepfake.
Right. We're still waiting for Jolly went to print out the exercises here. But that's all that I can. While waiting for Jolly, I can already explain how this works. So we have now three case studies about how trust is experienced